Okay, we're back live. Hi. We're doing more drone stuff today. I think we can ship something. If I think we should be able to ship something if I can clean up some of the issues and not get stuck on anything silly. Answer one set of DMs real quick. We will get started. Hello, Linky. Okay. Oh yeah, I owe you a quick review, don't I? Let me go do that for you real quick. Stream warms up. And we will focus on drones for the rest of this. Where is Alinki? Frogger. Hello, Magider. Needs compiled with Ellen curses. Okay. Missed the last 2 days. I've done a few things. I've only done short streams, though. I have a bunch of meetings in person here. Found the articles you posted very useful. Thank you. Yeah, everyone always asks me for, like, advice and, like, how do I get started and this and that. So I put everything in those 2 articles. Like, they reference a bunch of other stuff, but if you actually do them and you actually, like, read through carefully and follow them, you will know RL. You got some crazy hyperparameters, my guy. Really only like a few crazy hyperparameters. The rest of them are fine. 0.1 learning rate? Holy cow. Okay. That's insane. And then you've got these crazy betas. Maybe that's not that bad. Froggy. Is Frogger an IP or something? Is that why it's called Froggy? Alright, so we've got width, height, length, which I guess it's configurable. Fine. Lives, crossings. Okay, so this doesn't super make sense as a log, I don't think, right? Because, like, I would expect you to be logging at the end of the game or something. Wanna risk it? Yeah, makes sense. But this, I would expect this to be, like, logged at the end of a game or something, right? Like, this should always be 0. Oh, wait, never mind, because you can finish the game without losing lives. I'm dumb. Okay. I'm dumb. That's fine. You're good. Okay, we have S. Good. We'll do this one last. 706. If this is 706 lines of, like, actually reasonable code, then you've gotten a lot better. We will see if this is, like, 700 lines that should be 700 lines or 700 lines that should be 300 lines. 700 is a pretty non-trivial project. What did you do here? Oh, you were just very explicit about the spaces, I see. I I don't know if there's really any need to do this, Linky. Like, yeah, technically you can do this and it might give you a little bit of extra data validation. I typically, if I just have a box, I just set one set of low and high for everything. I guess it does maybe give you a little bit of extra validation and it's not really going to hurt, so it's fine. Might catch a couple of things. I can't say it's bad. This is fine. You also probably have to do this in the C script for Frogger. But that's fine for now. Or like I said, we could add we could just add a thing where you can pass custom flags technically to the C script. So then you have to remember that you need this flag for Frogger, so it's probably better to just like store the flags for environment somewhere. Alright, let's look at the main thing here. So first of all, I would like to actually have some sort of viz on the environment. I think you posted one somewhere, right? In dev maybe? Yeah, Xene's doing stuff, Bet's doing stuff, everyone. Cool. And I gotta start doing more stuff myself. Takes time doing all the meetings, you know? Takes a lot out as well. Kind of tough to be really locked in on both simultaneously. Okay, where's this Frogger end, Flinky? Is it in here somewhere? It's buried. Look at my media post. Link. Yeah, where is this? You do like, what is it, colon media? I don't know how you even do this. Nah. Well, if you link it, it would be nice, but I will start on this regardless. You include... I didn't know this was a... These can't be built-ins, right? And cursor, okay. Fine. We have some enums. In log. Okay, it's single agent, so having all this inlined is fine. You do static arrays, which I think is good. Configurable. It's a little wasteful, but like, I think this is also kind of just fine. Windows, okay, this is... What is window? And curses thing? I don't know what window is. Not in here. Is this, if this is part of the rendering, it shouldn't be in here. I don't know what it is. Okay, you shouldn't need to do this. You shouldn't need to, like, pre-declare like this if you just define things in a sane order, but it's not terrible. It's just kind of redundant. I generally don't like to do this when I can avoid it because, like, you can forget to change the signature of one but not the other. Ncurses. Okay, but then why do you have ncurses in the env, right? If you're gonna do text rendering, fine, but like, shouldn't it be in a separate client? Because otherwise, you're gonna load ncurses every time you're doing training, right? You're gonna like have ncurses objects or uncurses structs around. Keep reading though. This is fine. I've been putting this stuff in this .c file lately. I think it's a little cleaner because you don't actually need this in the .h. We have compute observations. This is fine. Is there any normalization here? I would probably put all of these under the same active check and not have all these ternaries, but I guess there's also the inbounds. Not terrible. Yeah, the main thing here I'm seeing is it looks like you don't have normalization. There is? Where? Let me understand what this is. So, car obs. What do you think of C code? How bad that type are? You're overcomplicating things if you think the type declarations are bad. We use like floats, ints, pointers, structs. That's it. We're not using fancy types. The point of C is to keep things simple. If you try to do fancy things, it will not let you. And that is the appeal to us. Because we just do everything in the simplest, dumbest way possible, and everything is very, very easy when you do it that way. I really don't enjoy Rust. My opinions on that are less so to do with the type system, though, and more so to do with the frickin' borrow checker. Wait, what? I'm trying to understand your observation structure here, Linky. Just make sure it's a small subset of what you do. Yeah, just don't do anything like, just... The zen of C is that everything is very simple, right? Gives you very few tools. They're very simple. And as long as you don't try to do something crazy with them, you will have a good time. When you try to do like more abstracted or union types, or like when you try to do fancy stuff that you see in more modern languages, you're not going to have a good time. The zen of C is that you didn't need those things anyways. And code is fast by default. You're going over... I kind of don't understand your observations, Linky. I don't know where if you're still here. Because, like, it looks like you're just going over cars. And, like, arbitrarily picking some of them to put in the observations. And then you have AK invert. And then what you have here, you make this thing. Okay, this is like a binary mask obs of where stuff is. But then you also have this stuff. Lots of improvements, great consistency. To what specifically? Invert. Kinetic vertical. Oh, kinvert. Kinetic vertical. Alright. Grid radius. I see. So you kind of just do a local thing. I don't know why you do a local thing for this. I guess it's smaller. But like, if you're gonna do a local thing, you didn't have to compute all of them, right? You could have just done it in line. Serving the car value such as 5x5 box. 5. Why wouldn't you just like go through the cars, see if they're in that 5x5, and then put them there if they are, and it would just be like one. You'd have like one piece of code about this length instead of like four of them. 3 or 4 of them. One. Yeah, 4 of them. I also don't see normalization on this portion here. I don't know if I missed it, but I don't see normalization on these first several obs. Can make a difference. This is fine. I mean, there's still some small things here, like this should be temped. But yeah, this is better than before for sure. Good. Hit the map. I think this could be one mem set, I'm pretty sure. Good. Um, no log here. This probably sets logs, yeah. First 5 are not normed. Carbs could probably be dropped. Is important. Yeah, like I would probably have just done, if I wanted to do a windowed thing like this, I probably would have just done like 2 tiles. I would have done like a 5x5 by however many channels thing. And if I wanted to do flat, I would just take, the cars around you, sort them probably polar coordinates or something, or maybe by radius, I don't know, and then just stick them in flat. Either of those would work for an environment like this. Let's see the moving of the cars here. Okay, I'm still seeing like basic style things for sure that you could clean up here. Like if here, watch, look at this. Look how silly this is. You'll see as soon as I scroll. Okay, look at this. You see? You see how like cluttered this is by comparison? As if you just made a temp variable for that? It's like half of the code is this one access, right? Which makes it quite a bit harder to read. So there are definitely still style things, so you are definitely doing like fewer of these than before. That is good progress. I harp on things like this because it really does make a big difference. And not just in like the final thing that I'm looking at here, but it'll make a big difference to you while you're building things. I wouldn't be able to keep track of what the hell was going on if I were doing this. Yeah, okay, so this is just like not that complicated car moving logic. When you kind of like squint and ignore these types of things. For this one, I mean, at least. On like, this makes sense. Are you just trying to spawn it on like the first valid tile? Does that work? Like kind of always gonna spawn it at the top, no? I have to see the actual environment to see what that causes. Yeah, how would I do this, right? I would probably just pick 10 random positions and try like 10 times to spawn a car or whatever. I dropped a video in general. Okay. Let me see what we're looking at here. Will help. Okay, so it's like lily pads. There are roadblocks as well, where I guess there are no cars in the roadblocks. I would have structured things a little differently, I think. 700 is definitely long for this. Okay, and now here we have the rendering, which is versus stuff, which is fine. I mean, I think you're gonna have like you'd have something that would look a fair bit cooler if you would do like actual graphics for it, and it wouldn't be any more code, but that's fine. Yeah, rendering code's reasonable. Have your switch if you cars. Yeah, so you're doing this thing here where like you're like going through all the cars. I guess you have to draw every tile anyways. I'd probably just have a list, or like I'd have an array of cars everywhere, right? That just has the cars flat with their positions. Would probably be easier. Maybe not. It might be harder to move them then. Hmm. A little non-trivial, I guess. I think how I would actually. Maybe I would do it the way you're doing it here, actually. Yeah, I think that this is fine. Like this is how this is probably how I would do it as a first pass as well. Fine. I don't know why you have the Windows stuff though in the environment instead of in a renderer. It's because you don't have like a client struct, I think. You end up having to do everything in there, which maybe isn't bad, I guess, because it doesn't technically open up a window. I'd have to see if ncurses does any weird initialization. Uh, you create a lily pad path. It's funny. Sometimes I'm literally just like, when I'm looking at stuff like this, I just like kind of think about what the function is supposed to do, and then I kind of just guess in my head how much code I think it would take and see if that's like the amount of code that you have. You don't need to put it into a client.h link key. You don't need a separate file, just a separate struct. You see what I mean? I don't necessarily know if you need it. So with Raylib, you definitely need it because you don't want Raylib objects in your or Raylib structs in your environment. You don't like it's struct level, not. I don't know how big that window thing is and what it's going to do under the hood with ncurses. Because like when you go to train, right? Remember you're gonna make 8,000 of those. Anything in the struct is gonna get repeated x 8,000. Hang on, Spencer. Path. Huh. Funny. Little recursion. Yeah. Definitely extras. Too. This is a mem set. Mem set. Mem set. Also kind of a mem set. Okay. So this is definitely an improvement. The env looks good. Like the actual what's going on looks reasonable to me. I think that you can make like as for improving, I think that the patterns I'm seeing are not using temp variables where they make your life easier. I'm seeing like kind of redundant stuff. Some of it's more forgivable because it's like, oh yeah, okay, you can kind of just memset stuff. Um, there are definitely like blocks of logic as well, where like you could have compressed things and done stuff in like one pass over the data instead of three. Really, the way that you see that, part of it is experience. The other part is just like keeping everything clean so it's easier to see the patterns. The less code and the simpler stuff you have, the easier it is to kind of see those patterns. I think that you're probably writing around 30 to 50% too much code at the moment for a problem, which is a heck of an improvement from before. I'm trying to think what actionable stuff I can give you. Window takes control of your term and can subdivide it. Only gets actually used. Okay, so if that window struct isn't huge, it's fine. Because you're gonna make. Oh yeah, it's not huge. Okay, that's fine because it's just a pointer. That's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't bother with that. That's fine. I mean, the thing is, like, at least now you're actually like executing on reasonably sized projects. It's just the simplicity which will come with more experience. I would suggest to you as an exercise before I merge this, you don't go redo everything, or don't even go redo any substantial portion. Just like go through and like look for a couple spots where, hey, I have this variable 40 times, I could use a temp. Hey, I have like this redundant for loop, I could use a mem set. I just go through and do, as an exercise, just go through and like look for a couple different places like that, and just see how much the code cleans up just immediately from that. And then I will merge this as is without making you like really do a ton of stuff. Um, and I think the rest will come with time. Like, it's one of those things where when you're still relatively new, you're thinking about the nuts and the bolts a lot, and you're kind of like not seeing the forest for the trees, right? Because like I don't even fully necessarily understand what your obs function is, but like I already know that I could make it at most 2/3 the length, probably half the length, right? Because like I just know that you don't need this many passes over the data. That will come with time though. I think fixing a couple nuts and bolts will give you a little bit more clarity over what you're doing, and then other than that, it's just keep putting in reps. And I mean, there's only like the plus side, right? Is if there's only 50% of this to shave off, I would say. No, not 50%. 50% too much, so it's 33% to shave off. I think you could probably do this in about 450, 500 lines, while keeping it relatively clean and not golfed at all. So that's the margin, if you will. Other than that, this will be a cool environment. So definitely thank you for code on this. We will have to figure out something with the term rendering because we got to put it on the website. Don't know how that's going to work. We might actually still need to put a windowed view in anyways if we want to do that. No, you don't need enums, Linky. The defines are totally fine. Don't deal with that. The defines are totally fine. You don't need to mess with enums. The pound defines are totally good. That's not even, that's like not even at all on the list of things that I'm like caring about looking at this. Okay, cool. Any questions for me before I start on the drone stuff? Oh, and I forgot to answer Spencer's question. Going through off policy papers, given DQN stores samples and a million buffer, how much different is that from on policy with our batch size of 500k plus? Uh, so Spencer, I forget how their buffers work. I don't think it's just the 1 million most recent though. In the original DQN, it probably is, but like in follow up works, I don't think they just store the million most recent. I got enough to work on now. Good. It takes time. Like I put out those two guides, like the programming guide and the AI guide. I do seriously think that becoming a good programmer is harder than becoming a good AI researcher. I know a ton of good AI researchers. Most of them are god awful programmers. And that doesn't mean that learning like to be a good programmer is not valuable, right? Most of what I do in Pufferlib and the way that I make my stuff work is just by being a better programmer than other researchers. It just lets you solve different types of problems, right? Like I'm not going to be doing stuff that's mathematically at the level of a lot of other people, and that's fine. It unlocks different problems that you can solve. Moving to Rainbow next. DQN just stores recent. Yeah, but DQN is a really stupid algorithm that doesn't work, Spencer. Like you should not be comparing DQN to PPO. You should be comparing like DQN to reinforce. Like DQN is not the base algorithm. It's this is the problem with off policy is like in order to make it work, you have to have way more stuff bolted onto it, right? Than you have to have for PPO. Like PPO is reinforce, you bolt on advantage estimation, which is literally already there. It's just like a better form of it, right? And then you bolt on the clip factor, and you just have PPO already, right? You have to bolt on 6 different tricks to DQN to make it actually work. How to learn Marl? I don't know if I should learn about RL or it's the exact same thing. That's covered in my guide. Read my reinforcement learning guide. Covers all of this. It goes for everyone watching here as well. Chase Wars 5341 X. You know, these guides have done reasonably well. They have all of my best advice in one place. I wrote them specifically to answer these types of questions. They're relatively easy reads as well. They're meant to be accessible. Okay. Marl's no different from single agent RL. All the papers on Marl specific methods are just like wrong. Yeah, definitely read those. It will take you a while, but like read those very carefully. I put a lot of time into making those like the actual best resources to learn. You will not find an easier starting point in RL than that. Well, that actually teaches you, right? There are like tons of guides that like are easier but don't actually teach you anything. That fall into entertainment more than anything. All right. On the 1590 box. Trying to think what we should start with on the drone swarms. I guess the first thing is going to be just to see let's see if we can train like this with the bigger mats. So one of the things I realized that I can do, I realized this yesterday because I went to like just a fun meetup, and SF is kind of a weird place in the sense that you'll go to like some random event with some people you know, and like you know there'll be a guy from pretty much every major lab there. But one of the things that I realized that I can completely legally do is if I could find like some ex DeepMind people with expired NDAs. Um, I don't really think that DeepMind cares all that much, anyways, about like the RL that they were doing in 2017 to 2020 generally, and like a lot of the stuff from that era. I would like some pointers as to like what are the parts that actually make it work versus like the parts that are kind of just there to be flashy, you know? Because there are definitely some parts that are just there to be flashy. Why DeepMind stop working? They didn't stop working on RL. They just do different stuff, and a lot of it involves language models now, right? It's actually the one place that didn't really stop working on RL, but I doubt that they consider anything from like 2017 to 2020 to be particularly relevant or, you know, trade secret anymore. The NDAs from then are all expired, anyways. Unless they're 5-year ones, I guess. I don't know. They're probably not. They kind of did some cool work in that era. It's just like the thing is that the OpenAI papers from that era were a lot more actionable because they didn't have as many moving parts, you know? Whereas the DeepMind ones, like, they also got good results, but they had way more moving parts. You kind of don't know what to keep and what's kind of just there. Where's this? Max target. Impressive tech, yeah. I base a lot of my stuff more off of the OpenAI papers at the time because like the results were every bit as impressive, if not more so. I personally I don't really know how to think about Go, to be honest. That one's tougher, but I take OpenAI 5 over AlphaStar, and the methods used in OpenAI 5 were way simpler, and it still works. I messed this up. I forgot it's Python. Right. Forgot about that. Favorite RL powered commercial product. Ooh. Um it's kind of just in a bunch of it's kind of just in a bunch of random stuff without you really knowing it is the thing. I can tell you stuff I'm excited about that we're going to be able to build now, right? But like as for where it's in existing commercial stuff, I have some references in my paper on like places it's been used. But like you should really think of RL as just having a big but very diffuse impact, right? How long have you worked on your coding and RL skills? I've been programming since I was like 12 and doing AI research since I was 16. Neither were very good back then, mind you, but that's about when I started. Okay, so this thing is training. I'm almost surprised that it is training. Like, it's a lot harder of a problem here. It's not training particularly well, it seems. Unless... No, I already have the randomization settings correct. Guess we don't really know for sure what the comparison is. Maybe 3.5 rings is actually good. They're like way more spread out now, right? Yeah, Adrian, I talked to a bunch of companies that tell me about like small things that they have RL deployed in that I can't really talk about. But it's like it's not going to be like, hey, this product is powered by RL, right? It's like there's a piece of the thing that's RL that you don't really hear about. So it's like diffuse but broad impact. or like good, like heavy but diffuse impact, right? Big but diffuse. I mean, this trains at least. This is on mixed tasks. So let's do. Why though? Why what? Like, why is it diffuse or what? Why is RL not the main solution? Because RL has been horribly cursed and janky until literally I just in the past few months with Pufferlib have made a lot of stuff work. Like if you go look at RL with SB3 or RLlib or like existing tools, it doesn't work. You need a lot of really good people to suffer for a long time to make it work for any specific application. This whole business of like, hey, brand new programmers are just coming in and building environments and making RL work, that did not exist before Pufferlib. Like, I cannot emphasize that enough. This is not one of those things where I'm like overselling it and it's like, oh yeah, Pufferlib's a bit better, but it's like really not that crazy. No, this is like a monumental difference in the field. Like literally do anything with Pufferlib and then go try to do the same thing with any other RL library or tool of your choice and see what the difference is. Heh. Yeah, so this is super fun. Oh yeah, these guys learn perfectly. Look at that. Boom. Yeah, we just trained this policy in 2 minutes. Tell me this is not sci-fi magic. Can you tell me? What, Dark? Tell you what. There's a war in Twitter about it. RL is its best one. Won't get better, and the other says that's the problem. No, the war on Twitter is. I don't know what your. Can you tell me what? Like, I'm not sure what your question was. Um, so the thing with Twitter is just ignore that. Like, they're talking about LLMRL. That doesn't. It's not remotely comparable to the stuff we're doing here. This stuff is absolutely going to get better. It's incredibly obvious that it's going to get better, and it has already gotten 1,000 times better in the last year with like just me and my small group of open source contributors. That's not like, oh, Google's invested billions of dollars and it's like, kind of not getting any better. No, it's like 1,000 times better with almost no resources. These guys form a cube. They're working on it. A little tough for them. They're like kind of doing it, right? The formations don't seem to be quite as good though. I mean, they're like trying to do the task. They're like trying to Congo here. Flag. Come on, go make me an American flag. See if they can do it. You somehow like You know what, though? I want to train without randomization before concluding that I've broken something. I think it's quite possible that there's just, like, it's trickier to learn with all this randomization and noise. Because, like, they're kind of doing a flag, but it's just, like, they're floating around a bunch. So let's just do... Okay, so with no randomization, see what this does. 0.47 and 4 are the numbers to beat. Is there any cross-environment benchmarks you're doing to see how it generalizes the learning? Yes, but the thing is, like, you don't try to zero-shot a policy trained on breakout to Pong. That simply does not work. It obviously does not work. Like, in principle, it cannot work. You can train a policy on multiple environments, but if you want, like, zero-shot transfer, you're going to need hundreds of environments. So what you can do instead, right, is you take the algorithms and the methods that we develop, and you kind of just try to train a new policy out of the box on a different environment, and you see how well that works. And we do this periodically, right? Like, we have 25 different environments. We don't use 25 environments during our development phase, right? We use, like, 3 or 5 of them. And then we go see, hey, how well does this do on all the environments? And if we've done our job well, then when we make an advancement on a smaller subset, you'll see that just out of the box, the RL works better on everything. And that's what's happened with Puffer 3.0. The perf is going up on the other thing here. I think this is better. Gonna see if this can make the flag. And then if this can make the flag, then we'll figure out basically what went wrong with forming. It's probably just physics. Like the way that we do the randomization. Probably make some of the drones really fiddly to control. Fix that. FPV. If you code any algorithm in C or only the M's, there's no point in doing the training code in C. Nobody will use it. We do have an inference library. Like, we can do neural net inference in C. We don't use this during the training process, but we do use it for all of our demos on the website. So we take the trained weights from PyTorch, we load them into networks in pure C, and then we compile everything to WebAssembly. Like, realistically, if I spend a huge amount of time on this, I could probably make some stuff that would be faster for our specific use case in pure C or whatever than in Python. But, like, there are bigger sources of like overhead and issues to resolve first. And like even if I did that, nobody would use it, right? Because people are always gonna want like the PyTorch front end or whatever else. Okay, let's see if this actually does anything. How long would it take to train a similar end like this drone on another? Oh, that's a fun one. So usually days. Instead of minutes, it's days. Now look, if you like steal the way that we do stuff and then you start porting things from Puffer into that, you can do better, right? You can get it down to like hours. But yeah, Puffer very fast. And Puffer could be way faster as well. Like I have not even remotely come close to fully optimizing this stuff. We're 1,000 times faster than everyone else in PyTorch eager mode. With like unoptimized data transfers. Puffer go fast. And it's really not even that we did a couple kind of sophisticated things, but it was really just like nobody with any knowledge of systems at all ever did anything in RL, I guess. Like the code is just a nightmare in the rest of the field. I don't know. This. You recommend learning C? Yeah, C is great. I mean, like, if you are a programmer, or if you do any sort of programming, you should learn C at some point. It's really, at least if you look at the what we do with it, it's not hard. Like everything that we're doing here is covered in like a few weeks worth of your first systems course ever in undergrad. There's nothing advanced. For whatever reason, it's like a lot of modern programmers just never touch anything low level. And it's just like this crazy, oh, that's really hard. It's not. It's actually easier. Because like when you try to make stuff fast in Python or whatever, it's just not a fun time. And no matter what you do, it's always going to be slow. Whereas here, you just write the dumbest, simplest code possible, and it's 1,000x faster, which is like great for us, right? Java dev. Ah, Java's literally like the worst. Java's probably the worst language ever to learn as a programmer. It was my first language too. Java actually just poisons your mind. It teaches you the actual worst possible way of developing everything. Like I don't think I could come up with a worse way of writing code than than the best practices in Java if I tried. It's just awful. Okay, why aren't these guys doing the flag thing, huh? They're like kind of trying, but this should work, don't we think? Forget to copy. I mean, Java was basically like, it blew up because of marketing more than anything. It was the first mass marketed programming language. Crazy as that is. Pretty much they just got all the managers to think they needed Java. You love your work and genuinely enjoy it? A lot of the time, with any job, you're always going to have bits that are like, yeah, you just kind of have to do the boring thing in order to make this work. That always sucks in anything. But like the cool stuff that I work on is really cool. Android blew Java up. Yeah. Kind of rough. What you can do about that. Okay, so let me try. Go back to this swarm task. Let's see if I've broken this. Maybe that's the reason. Yep. Um, it's actually impossible to become a good dev from Java. It's like it doesn't matter how smart you are. It just poisons your mind. It's the worst way of doing anything. Can I ask you something about my academics? If it's remotely on topic, sure. Does anything? Which cool things am I working on? Well, right now, I'm working on drone sims, trying to like get RL to be able to fly drones and drone swarms. I'm working on a few things in logistics. I'm working on a few things in finance. I am going through different algorithm research on like how do we improve fundamentally our capability to learn through interaction. And then I'm also doing a whole bunch of business side stuff, looking for like problems in industry where we can help companies using our tech. How do you code the M's in C without engines? What libraries do you use? The only library we really use at all is Raylib, and that's just for the rendering, so we can see what's going on. It's just like, you just don't need the things that you've been told that you need, if that makes sense. Like, if you just try to solve a problem in the simplest way possible, you'll... Let me give you the best example, okay? I think that this will tell you something. So when I was taught to program, my first real programming language was also Java. I did this in high school. And they had us do this thing called robocode, which was... It was this, like, really cool thing where you write like a basic script to control a tank, and then you fight it against other tanks from other people who've been coding the same scripts, right? It's like really, really basic stuff. But the Robocode project is open source, and it has hundreds of files and tens of thousands of lines of code. Massive thing with tons of contributors. I rebuilt like 80% of it in a day and a half. Actually, you can see it right here. I rebuilt like 80% of it in a day and a half. We never really finished it for RL. But like you can like drive these around, you can shoot, right? They have radar and stuff. This is like, I don't know, 300 to 500 lines of C with no other libraries. Just Raylib for the rendering. Like when you see the difference of I can build stuff in a day and a half in a few hundred lines of dead simple code versus tens of thousands of lines, years of work, yada. It's just like, oh, yeah, the way that I've been taught just makes no sense. There's no reason to ever do anything that way. It's like tons of code. It's slower by a factor of at least 1,000. Why? Right? So that was like pretty dang eye-opening for me. You don't believe like, oh yeah, senior devs, right, who've been doing this for 10 years can possibly be doing things 1,000 times wrong. but they are, like, consistently across everything. It's nuts. I mean, the opportunity here, though, is if, like, you're willing to rewire your brain a little bit, you can kind of just solve insane problems at home on your laptop. That's the cool thing about programming. Not true really anywhere else. Infrastructure, resources. Not here, you don't. Context, I'm final year of, is that biotech? Tech where I need to stay for comp exam. Wait. E-tech. Go for M-tech. What are the B and the M there? Biotech, and then I don't know I don't know M-tech. Mind you, my advice is going to always be very specific to people, right? The advice that I give is not going to be the best way to get a traditional job. Okay? To get a traditional job, it sucks. You kind of just have to grind LeetCode a bunch. I've never done that, and I probably could not pass like an entry level interview for a job I'm vastly overqualified for. Bachelor's in CS. Okay. You have a bachelor. Wait, you're doing a bachelor's in a CS, or now we go for M-Tech. I don't know these two things that you're talking about. I don't know if you're saying that you're in biotech and are doing comp, or you're in comp and like trying to do something else, or what. Have you talked about your setup in IDEs and other videos? It's in the article. And actually, the thing that's in the article is it really doesn't matter that much. Like, that's not the thing that matters. Like, literally all I have here, this is NeoVim with 2 plugins. It's what I use. You can use VS Code, you can use whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that much. Like, there are other things that matter way more. I've used I've used actual IDEs. I've used just straight Vim with no plugins for years. It doesn't matter. Like, fixating on totally the wrong thing. The only thing I do suggest is if you're a new programmer, don't use Cursor. Don't use an AI first editor if you're a new programmer. Really, really bad call. Playing Vim is torture. It's really not. If you write 10 times too much code, anything's going to be torture. If you need all the refactoring tools and things that are missing, you're writing too much code for your problem most of the time. I'm doing my undergraduate in data science and AI. I've done supervised and unsupervised neural nets, basic comm nets, do deep learning now or what? Well, if you've been doing neural nets and comm nets, you've already been doing deep learning. So my advice, I have all of my best advice here on X in articles because I always get these questions, right? I have 2 articles. I wrote them just for you guys. My advice for programming in ML. People apparently like this. This is for, honestly, not even brand new programmers. Like, this just has my best general advice overall, as well as for new programmers. This also includes, like, how to get good at ML a little bit. Really, it includes, like, the pieces that nobody tells you. And then for RL specifically, I've got this one. Endorsed by Carmack himself. I gotta go find the retweet for it to go frame it or something, but yeah, Carmack's awesome. He says, "Oh yeah, this is good advice." So don't trust me, trust him. Okay, so I definitely broke something here because the swarm stuff used to just work instantly. What are these drones doing way out here? It's like almost a flag, right? It's almost the flag, but then what are these guys doing? Checking now. Yeah, they'll take a while to read because, like, I think it's 6,000 total words. It's like 25 pages of material, but it links you to a bunch of other stuff along the way. It's still a heck of a lot easier than anything else you're gonna find, though, like starter material. That looks pretty cool. Still very weird how this doesn't, like, 87%. Could this be? Check mess. I must have broken something. Did I ever do this? I think that if I recall, hang on, let's just do the flag task real quick, just to make sure. This should be basically perfect. What? Okay, we retrain this on just the flag task. Honestly, this sort of like experimental debug loop stuff is probably like my least favorite part of my work. Yeah, it's not entirely true. There's some pretty jank like engineering stuff. I enjoy a lot of the engineering stuff a lot more. Yeah, this sort of stuff is kind of just like, very carefully go through all possible permutations of your problem, figure out which ones work, which ones don't, build up some patterns as to why they probably do or don't work, repeat until solved. Obviously, having it train in 2 minutes is way more helpful than having to wait days. Because then what do you even do? Okay, so this is a big difference in perf here. 94%. So I think that this will make us a flag. I don't actually know the ceiling because 100 in this is you are on top of the target the entire time. But obviously you don't start at the target position, otherwise it would be trivial. Like they have to go to the target, so however long it takes them to get there is the amount of time that they're not going to be getting the maximum reward. We'll see if this builds the American flag. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, something's just not loading correctly because this is yeah, this does not match the numbers that we were seeing at all. Definitely doesn't match. You know what it is? Oh, this looks fine. You know, this ain't it. Hmm. 0.93. That does not look like 0.93 to me. Not even close. This is why I guess I should have numerical evals as well after training. You don't usually run into stuff like this at all, though. What is it doing, even? It's just kind of floaty, right? It's all correct. Weird. Oh wait, hang on. Oh no, this is fine. Yeah, no, I have this correct. I definitely have it correct. Why does the drone do this? I believe these are the same numbers. $506, right? $506. Uh, flag. Like they curve around. It's like floaty, right? Like they don't handle well. Handle well though. I guess I could go check the perf numbers. I should have some runs if I look, I should have some runs. Yeah, no, I remember it being higher than this actually. Okay, so maybe we did legitimately miss ET. The original here ends that does anything, right? I wouldn't think that the grid size would matter, but you never know. Technically possible that like you just float around too much early in training. Takes forever to learn OOB, and you don't have enough time to learn the main task. Thought it was pretty stable though. Tricky bits. We're I mean, we're looking for like high 90s for a solve. Low 90s apparently means that you get sort of near the target and then float around. Should be getting strictly negative reward for doing that is the weird thing. The last part of it, they should be getting negative reward for. What we have before, like 93. Else we could have done here. Don't use LLMs at all. Do you not see my autocomplete in here? See that? That's autocomplete, right? It's just a substantially smaller normal language model, and it doesn't have to be that smart because it mostly helps me type. It doesn't, I don't, like, use it for full blocks of code. Can you vibe code? No, I couldn't. It wouldn't work. I also just genuinely recommend people stay as far away from that as possible. Like, if you're just trying to build some, like, really simple apps or whatever, cool. But if you're actually trying to get good at whatever area of programming, whatever area of AI, um, that is not helping you get good. That's just doing the work for you, and you learn nothing and have no value. Okay, so this leveled at exactly the same perf as before. So what does that tell us? Likely there's some other variable that I did not anticipate in here. Definitely it is not the size of the map. And put this back. Yeah. Also, like, most of the models are now, they're RL'd so stupidly that, like, interacting with LLMs in almost any way just feels horrible to me now. Like, I'll use Grok occasionally for docs and stuff. Like, I don't know, I went and I was chatting with a bunch of researchers yesterday, and they were all, like, astounded to see that I use Grok for stuff. Like, why don't we use these other ones? It's like, well, not using the LLMs to write code. Like, one is just as good as another for looking up docs or whatever. And frankly, you wouldn't even need them to look up docs if, like, docs didn't suck so much these days, largely because they expect people to just use LLMs. There absolutely are libraries where I just never use LLMs for them at all because they actually have better docs. I do remember this being, like, somewhat fiddly. Our learning did not collide at all. I guess I changed like some obs. Let me see what obs I changed. You design a game with an RL agent, so it would be unique for every person. Part would use RL. Unique for every person. I mean, that's not what my mind goes to immediately, right? Like, one of the obvious first applications of this in, like, actual game agents is just having cracked out enemy AI. Like, if you think about it, right? The most popular games are competitive games where basically you crowdsource the AI, right? The opponents are people because you can't make AI that's as good as them. If you actually could have like scalable difficulty AI opponents, that would be quite interesting. Are you a Dota 2 player? No. I played a little bit when OpenAI was doing its OpenAI 5 to understand the game. And then I've played some League. I don't really play any competitive games at the moment. I kind of just play a few chill things in my spare time. Map coordinate project. Map coordinate project. Oh, no, I didn't do the map coordinate project. I used it in. We do have this though. This is based off of Dota. This is like a mini version of OpenAI 5. So this agent is controlled with RL. I'm not touching it, right? The opponents are scripted. Let's see. Trying to evade here. Yeah, see, it's like kiting a little bit. Got its teammates here with it. They take first tower. Mini version of OpenAI 5. 5 unique characters with 3 different abilities each. It's a mirror match. You can go play it as well. If you just like hold shift or whatever, you can take control of the agent. Okay, so I mean, this observation is what I expected it to be. I didn't break anything in the observations here. How old are you? 28. I moved that puffer. A little big. There, puffer. That's better. What to do about this problem? Any reason behind puffer signature? Yeah, all the logos nowadays for AI companies are lame. I figured we just have a fun mascot instead. He's funny. He puffs up. He can inhale thing. So I have like this thing on the website where he like inhales a whole bunch of different projects. The project gets bigger, the puffer puffs up. I really like our mascot. I don't know. I guess when I was growing up, like a lot of companies had mascots. Now I remembered it was mostly like food brands, right? But like a lot of companies, at least in that space, had mascots. And like I haven't really seen that since. Seems like there's been this weird trend to like more and more minimal and generic logos for everything. So here, I have a puffer. I'm a little bit baffled as to what I broke with this, to be honest. Article is really good. Long time. I mean, what do you expect, right? It's like I've been doing this stuff for 10 years. I can condense it down a lot, but I can only condense it down so much, right? So I give you one course, I give you a relatively small stack of blog posts and papers, most of which are not the super hard papers to read that like don't make any sense, and a bunch of like incremental difficulty projects to build. Thank you for the article. Yeah, of course. I can only make it so simple, right? But I will tell you, we've got brand new programmers who have come in and started building stuff and who have gotten to be decent. You don't have to like go away for the next year to learn fundamentals, right? You kind of can do everything at the same time. More motivating that way as well because like you go try to do something, right? Something cool that you want to accomplish. And then you go learn the formal material when you get stuck and are missing a piece of understanding rather than kind of just sitting in a bunch of formal material like going through stuff, not really understanding how any of it's relevant to anything you want to do. Much better. Why is this so floaty? Weird. My dynamics are literally the same as they've been. Didn't mess with them at all yet. No randomization. It broke. No randomizations. Literally all over the base. Ooh. He is good. Did I mess with like the learning params or something? I did mess with this. Maybe. See. Recompile just to be. This is the problem with being kind of scattered and having to work on a bunch of stuff at the same time. Is like I kind of forget where I left off and I don't have the full model of the problem loaded into my head. What's this? Huh. The mid games. Funny. This is cool. I mean, yeah, you can't do it with RL, like just straight RL because it's pattern matching stuff. Well, unless you could probably, if you gen enough levels, get it to work. But like, I guess the point is they're not going to let you do that. Yeah, this is not AI complete though. You could auto gen enough of these, I think. Okay, so this is still not really doing it, huh? So the episode return is very low. Hang on, that's a, isn't it? Shouldn't be that low. Yeah, that's like a really, really low. Ultra reward. Difference. Some weird thing just happened with this scale on this, like kind of confused. Like a really, really low reward scale. Guess it's possible I could have just messed with this somehow. Is this somehow worse? No, I would expect actually the normalization for the grid to mess stuff up. But apparently that was not the case. This does not train at all, though. This is a much better reward scale. Using. I guess technically we could just decide, screw it, we're gonna sweep everything. Would that be a smarter use of the time? Like set up a sweep? The problem is I'm not convinced that there's not something totally wrong here. Do like this. Oh, hang on. Is there not like reset agent gets compute reward? Okay, no, they do get the reward computed, so this is correct. We do need to have a metric for perf, don't we? Get a single real number metric. Here you're training custom drone environment using Pufferlib and PyTorch. Yes. So this is a drone environment. Finn and Sam wrote the initial physics for it. I've expanded it quite a bit. They're working on the hardware part of it now. I wrote the original Pufferlib, and then the neural nets are a custom trainer in PyTorch. What's a good way to blend these two metrics together? Compute reward, I guess, have... This compute reward does have a component, doesn't it? That'll add to the logs. It does. Maybe this is just fine. Do this over score. We set up a sweep on this and just call it at that. Obviously, we can run some additional experiments in the meanwhile. Do yeah. Just for now, why not? Do like this. On this. Just left that open. Did I do downsample? Five E7 to 2E8. Fine. Okay, so this should start us a decent sweep. Should start us a decent sweep. We should really do some NetHack stuff at some point. It'd be so cool. All right, so we have this sweep going. I think what else we can do in the drone space. I really just wanted to have one policy control uh, the drone for swarming and for racing, and that's pretty much it. Start with. Let me see if we can do PR, because I think that they submitted me some physics. Fine. Okay, there's some things we can do here for sure. Fill some notable gaps in the physics. Okay, so you give it its RPM as an OBS. Motor lag and rotational inertia. Spoiler. First order RPM. Ah, okay. So yeah, we will be able to integrate this. They also did linear drag. So they did motor lag, they did linear drag. They did the torques, damping. Good job. A whole bunch of math I would not want to have to figure out myself. That's not a great integration method, but sure. I mean, we do it anyways at the moment, right? We just don't have it named. Math looks less fun. Yeah. Well, I mean, I just haven't done this in years. Like, if you'd asked me when I was 20, I could probably figure it out decently quickly. But I haven't done any physics in quite a while. We have two undergrads who have been really great on that side of things. I'm just mainly helping with the RL, figuring out how to like expand the sim to do a bunch of tasks and such. Of course, we can't integrate this while we're sweeping, at least not on the same box. If I can get my other box from here, can I? If I just like do that. I could try other puffer boxes. I want to like run some additional experiments. Do tiny puff. Could just do it on that, even though it's like a multi GPU. Do like this. Okay. This is one of our two multi GPU boxes. I'll use this for a little bit. We're gonna need this for we're gonna need this for driving sims later, but I can play with it for now. Over the weekend we'll need to use probably both of them for driving sims. Yeah, we don't need this. Let's go take a quick look because I did have like an old experiment on here that I did not check, I believe. We can just go see real quick if oh, I didn't realize that this math comment was you, Spencer. How's it going? Okay, so we did this big neural MMO run. I think this is the big one, right? It's technically Soda, but it's Soda by such a small margin for being a bigger model. Like, that looks saturated to me, right? Where like you're not really getting any benefit from the bigger model. Paper reading day? Yeah, it's good. As long as you have focus to actually do it. It's incredibly, incredibly boring, but you have to read at least some papers at some point. I'm working on trying to finalize the drone sim stuff. Okay, so there are a couple different things going on here, I believe. I guess what we can do is we can try, like, just do, like, the racing task. And we'll get a benchmark before and after the physics integrations, right? Go with that. That'd be a good thing to have done today. Should be reasonably achievable. Hmm. This is funny. Okay. Um. Now, here's what we got. The drone swarm. Randomizations are fine. We're gonna do race task only. Okay. And probably speed this up by doing just like the build ocean or whatever and not rebuilding the kernel. Don't need to rebuild the kernel every time. Okay, so first order of business, right? Run this benchmark and then integrate the physics. See if it messes up our training. That's working. I have to integrate this. The code is diverged enough that I need to do this manually. Not a massive deal. See. Why don't I have my Super Maven on this? Not. Oh, this is not NVIM. Yeah, I don't have my NVIM on here. Oh, that's mildly annoying. Guess it's okay for now. Need any plugins where we're going? +4. 1. Fix the .c before I forget and mess up. You know what? I kind of did mess this up a little bit, didn't I? Base mass. I left all these alone, right? Didn't change any of this. Yeah, that's good. Mega. 2 lines. Now this is gonna drive me crazy. I just really easily put my big on here. Like it's like expanding like putting tabs in, it's not expanding space. Crap like that. The one obnoxious thing about NVim is like you typically have to install it from source. The packages are always super outdated. Okay. That's such a pain. Hey, Ren, how's it going? Whatever, at least I have the thing now. Fixing my setup. How the deadlift's going? I've been pulling 335, but in the warehouse I have it on like 4-inch blocks or whatever at 350. I've been pulling like 335 for 5 just in the morning. We're gonna slowly get it up just by doing this really stupid program so I can pull 4 plates. I think it'll work. I miss my 4-plate pull. But I don't want to train the way that I got to it the first time because kind of got some minor injuries in the process. So we'll see if this works any better. I can't ever pay. Scroll it. I'm not gonna mess with this for very long. The editor's driving me crazy on this box. I probably could have just like added this tab expand. Best part joining for live. Thank you. I have questions on deadlifting. I mean, I had a here. Can I find it? I wondered if I have the I think I have this on my X somewhere. Though I wish. Why did it just open that in a totally different window? Why does it do that? There. Or the heck does it go? Oh, there it is. There's 265. Shaky but locked. 325. My squat's my worst. or was my worst. I can't do that now. That bad knee. And then there's the 410. Not fully raw with straps. And I do it for 2. Oh yeah, plus the overhead. I really wanted to get a better overhead. This is 165. But I hurt my shoulder, so I can't really do much right now with it. There you go. What kind of computer is running this model? How are you observing all drones? Well, it depends where I'm running it. Training is on a GPU. The inference is so fast, you can literally run this on your phone. It's on the website. The little LSTM with a couple linear layers, not much. C5 overhead was impressive. I was working on getting like a substantially better one as well, and then I didn't even hurt my shoulder doing anything heavy. I got distracted during a dumbbell press. But I've got some like really good overhead press training equipment in Maryland that I will be back to once I fix my shoulder. How would this deploy IRL? We have a couple of undergrads who are working on that actually. I sent them over a drone. They wrote the initial physics sim. And the idea here is that the sim is very heavily randomized. You're not just training one configuration. You're training like a bunch of different possible drones. And that makes it quite robust. So our hope is that we should be able to just throw it on the drone and have it work. We will see how that goes in practice. Okay, there. Okay, well, it didn't link, but whatever. Enough. I've been messing with my editor all day. Okay, I don't understand how it doesn't... Literally not. No, whatever, we'll just deal with it. Onboard sensor sending... No, the model's literally small enough we can run it on the device. The model's 100,000 parameters. You could run it on a toaster. That's kind of the cool thing with RL, right? We make these models that are superhuman at control, and they are tiny. Tiny models. Where'd my drone code go? Got distracted a little bit. Maybe you already answered this. What's your plan for putting it on the hardware? So, RL controller on a crazy fly. Oh, cool. So, I mean, there are kind of two parts to that question, right? One is like, how do you physically send commands to the drone? That is what I'm having Finn and Sam figure out at the moment, which is, I think Yexian's also doing it as well. Um, I think you just hack with beta FPV or whatever. There are existing packages that sort of just do this for existing drones. You have to do lower level stuff if you make your own, but no big deal. The bigger question is like, how do you actually make the model work correctly on the real hardware? And we're mostly banking on randomization to make that happen. We're just training on tons and tons of different randomized tasks, and different like randomized drone configs and stuff. The idea is if it can fly any drone in simulation, it can probably fly your one specific drone in the real world. Technique is used pretty dang effectively in many places. So yeah, I'm actually this. Trying to put neural net on the hardware? Yes. I think we should just be able to do it. Perception will be a little annoying when we get to that, but we don't even have to do that for a while to make it useful. We're going to be able to do cool stuff even before we have perception. This is going to be way better, right? Do I not have... I don't even have... Oh, damn, I don't even have my editor on here. Alright, we'll do it on the other box. Brett. I'll just fix everything on my local. That's why I like having my Dockers. I never have these stupid setup issues. Alright, now we can actually do work. Actually do our work here. Try to merge this stuff in. Be that bad anymore. Init drone. Gotta be initialization code here. Do how they did this. This is reasonable, I believe. Void explicit. You do not need this prototype. I will fix that. This. I love how this stupid thing pastes. But hey, this is what I get for having divergent code paths. That bad. Get to manually check it this way anyways as I'm doing this. RPM. Looks okay. We have motor thrusts. Apparently this is done differently. They give me this line. They give me this line. Is they're just doing power of RPM instead of directly converting actions to thrust, which is fine. F prop body. Okay, they just rename a thing. And then they are going to replace. They're replacing a lot of these calcs with new stuff, I believe. Hang on, this is just. They're saying get rid of this. If net force, torques, damping, body frame force, world friendly drag. And they've replaced it. Some of this is just a rename. Already did this, so here. Love this paste. Bullshit. Okay. So they've updated the velocity formulas. Drop and F arrow. Ah. Okay, so they've broken up the force. They get rid of the angular damping. They get rid of linear drag. What is gravity or no? Did they get rid of gravity as well? Has this even changed since? And probably. I'm being stupid here, aren't I? What I should have done is I should have just realized that I can just do this whole function. I guess it's kind of fine because I was sort of reviewing it. But I think I'm gonna like just have bugs if I do it this way. Just take these whole things wholesale to function. Okay. Why is my paste doing this today? Should not be doing that. They call explicit Euler from here. So all we have to do for this to make this work is they had to forward declare this. I can just put this up and we won't have to have that. Here's the new drone physics. And what else did they do? Drone. Fine. Same. Euler function. I think this also handles RPMs for us, right? It does. Okay, so this actually might be fine, except I believe there is a DR term. Didn't handle. Would have been like at the top or something. No, not. Thought I did RPMs. Thought I'd added it here. Nope. They just need float RPMs. This. Yep. Pretty much all of the annoyances that you see me having here are just because I'm not on my my normal setup. I'm kind of on like a scuffed setup. California, just to like try to get some stuff done while I'm here. Like WSL term doing weird stuff, plus like Docker doing weird stuff because Windows and like tons of dumb things I don't usually have to deal with. I'm trying to not like spend forever on that though and just kind of work around it best I can. Cool. Not completely broken. If this passes some rings, then we will just admit this and we'll say, yay, we integrated it. Okay, so this is interesting. It's not 0, but not great either. This is potentially enough, though, that we can... What do we do with this? Bonus, what do we do with this? Trying to think. What task do I have this on? Oh, I have this on all tasks. I just do the racing task. You don't know how this works on the other swarm tasks yet? Actually, let's at reasonable scales. Okay, randomized racing task. Take 2. The fact that they have it like you only have the exact number of moves or whatever. Oh no, is it the exact number of moves? Weird puzzle. Okay, so now we have still not good perf. Maybe better than before. It is training. Dude, let me go look at their PR. Whoops. Look at their PR and see if did anything. What's happening? I am running a hyperpram sweep in the background, and while I'm doing that, I'm trying to integrate some more realistic physics into the drone sim. Seems like it's substantially harder to learn at this point. Trying to figure out if that's expected or not. I'll ask him. Eh, cool. Cool. Let me try without the randomizations. They probably didn't try with the randomized version. So we'll try with the exact drone that they used, which is this one. What is this maze contest thing? Env. Oh, server, but cool. This does not seem to be any better, so it doesn't seem to have to do anything with the randomizations. What are the odds that I integrated it wrong versus the odds that it actually doesn't work? I think that it like passes one ring is kind of weird. Motor rotational inertia. Could do this. Should be like pretty similar physics wise, right? Nope. 1 over K mode. One over something looks weird with that to me. I'm gonna try 1 because I don't think the units are right. 1 is gonna be no motor lag. This doesn't seem to work. Yeah. It takes a second. This is not definitely something weird with the new physics. Okay, so yeah, this does not help. Revert this to the previous term. I could technically go check out their version to see. Can I go check out their version to see if theirs trained somehow? Go check on the other stuff. Yeah, this is broken somehow. Totally just broke. Seeing anything wrong here. Actions -1 to 1. Yeah, that's correct. That's what we had. RPM rates. Target rates. Works from changed motor speeds. Supposed to be minus plus. I think we have to go check out their version. What's your goal in life? I don't know. Professionally, it's to advance science and tech, make some awesome sci-fi tech, push everything forwards. At the moment, for me, that means solving, well, as much as one can solve reinforcement learning to solve reinforcement learning. Field is a mess, very, very powerful, but just like very under leveraged. I'm working on fixing. Becoming Ring Sanchez. Maybe without the depression and alcoholism. Oh, not Drone Swarm. What did they do? They did Drone Race? I think they did Drone Race. Hmm. They have this working. At least almost fully working. At least almost fully working. Yeah, they actually have this training. Shoot. Well, I think the params are the same. Of course, the course is totally different. Like to be a content creator, I don't really view myself as one. I kind of just I stream because it's fun. Like this is one sort of small part of what I do. That's one of the coolest things I saw. Thank you. It's just like a watch research done live. Sometimes research is exciting, sometimes research is boring, but this is the process by which research is done. I mean, I've got to like revert it to the older course and stuff now, don't I? Sort of annoying. What I gotta do. See if this does anything. Something weird going on with the logging. No, there isn't, right? Didn't even help at all. How's the score that negative? That even makes sense for the score to be. Probably we just have to go like Back to 30. Okay, this is totally fine. I wonder if, like, somehow I just screwed up some synchronization change and, like, I have a messed up ob space. No, that always does it. Okay. Get out of this box. I'm hoping that when we watch the drone, it's going to be obvious what's wrong with it. I would normally do this earlier, but there's some friction in the current setup. The RLC only in person. I don't know if there's an online portion, but the main point of the conferences is that they are in person. And yeah, I am presenting Pufferlib, which I gotta go still make the poster for that and everything, but I am presenting Pufferlib. You go live for your presentation? No, I don't think structurally I'm gonna be able to do that. It's not gonna be any, like, I don't, it's not, it's just a poster session. Like, I mainly am just gonna have a poster with Pufferlib. Actually, they might even give everyone orals. I think there's a weird thing RLC does with orals. But I think other than that, like, it's the main thing is just people have posters and you can come chat about Pufferlib. Right? And say, hey, we have this library. It does RL. It's really fast. Here, have a pufferfish. pretty much it. Oh, there's a UVN visitor. Man. Where the heck did I put my VN? No? You went offline on Twitch? Shouldn't have. See? Oh, that's weird. Why the heck did that happen? Everything's so broken. It's literally just restream randomly dropping me for no reason. Huh. Well, I got a notification I qualify as affiliate. Kinda cool. But why is my stream down? Okay, it's back up. Yeah, no thanks. We're good on that. Pufferfish very friendly. Alright. I don't know what happened with Twitch, but it's back. What the heck is wrong with this? Oh. I shouldn't be, honestly, but like the whole setup I'm on is just a scuffed mess. This is not my usual setup, so yeah, something just totally freaking broke with my VNV as well. I have no idea what. Oh, maybe we are. Maybe I'm just dumb. All right. Pretty scattered. Yeah, I think I've just got to nuke this and get a new setup. Like, nothing freaking works. Like, even the tab complete on everything is broken somehow. It's just incredibly janky and unworkable. Maybe I can do this. It does weird requirement filling as well. Bad. Alright, I'm just gonna accept, like, I'm not gonna be able to fix this on stream without fully updating drivers and doing a bunch of jank stuff. Um, yeah, it's a mess. I should have just ordered myself a new desktop to here, honestly. This machine's kind of just old and really... Yeah, it's a... I should have just... To here, on... I built this, like, many years ago, at this point. Is there anything else we can do to just, like, fix this on the remote? It's, like, really stupid to try to debug stuff blind like this is the thing. Any other options, though? Fixed size drone? Well, hang on. This literally can't have even been built, right? What GPU is on this? This is on this is a 5090. It's weird that like it trains a bit, just not particularly well, you know? It definitely trains a bit. Like it's not going out of bounds. Likewise, this is training like a little bit but not very well, right? $41? Yeah. Because I added these, it was 37, and I added these guys in, right? Let me go look and see if I like somehow just screwed up the integration. I didn't think I did, but who knows? With any of the other variables. They're all the same, right? R. R. Ah. Main randomized. And I'm using all this exactly, no? Screw something else up with this, like... Racing env? Oh, you know what? They have a very different DT here. See what this does. Might have to change some things. Hey, Major. This is learning a little better, isn't it? Yeah, this was only at 93 before, so I think that with this, we're basically matching previous perf at least, even though that wasn't amazing with this. See if it gets any better. Oh. Okay, this actually does work better. To try the other task. Yeah, that's 100% the flag. Just based on that perf number, it's gotta actually be doing it. I wish I could render it to show you, but I have to fix drivers off stream for that. Okay, though we get... So it's gonna be weird if this works, but racing doesn't, right? If it should be that this works and racing works, and it's just the motor lag wasn't calibrated for the delta time that I was using, would be my guess. Okay, 975 is very good. Obviously, this is the non-randomized drone. It's the flag task. Several more of these experiments to run to make sure it really, really works. hate that it tries to like open this weird app thing. It was being weird. Oh, are we not actually solving any better here? Well, that's weird, isn't it? Now it solves the flag task, which is harder, but it doesn't solve this easier task. Yeah. I have no explanation for that. That's weird. This is kind of one of those things where, like, I kind of need to have this thing solved, but, like, the correct answer is really to improve the surrounding tools a little bit. That's, like, really bizarre that it behaves this way, though. Yeah, same perf as before on rings. But we do like this. We do base all these swarming tasks. I believe like 85 or whatever is good here. If it does this, then there's like something screwy with the racing specifically, I think. Curve. The star curve? Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if the RL curves looked like this? The AGI. 2-star the puffer if you haven't already. It really helps us out. It's free. Puffers eat stars. I don't know how many environments I can make about puffers eating stars before people start the repo. Yeah, that helps a lot. I mean, if all of my followers on X started the repo, like we literally would not have. I'd probably be able to do this stuff way more, frankly, because I wouldn't have to spend anywhere near as much time on like client stuff and outreach, just because of the amount of inbound that would get. Okay, so it's very weird that this is learning the swarming task well. as good as anything else I've seen on the swarming task, on the metric of perf. But somehow the racing doesn't work at all. That would seem really unlikely, right? Like randomized agents as well. So something must be screwed up. I think. I forget to like revert the env size. I wouldn't think that would hurt, but maybe. No, it's the full size environment. Full size environment. Really don't understand how this could not be working. Like, if I just not mess something up or whatever. I haven't tried it with domain randomization. That. Could doubt it, but it could technically be this. This saturates like ridiculously low, right? One ring goes to the target-ish. And rings, correct? Could it be learning? Oh, hang on. I think what we have to do. There might actually be an exploit here that it's learning. That would make sense. It could actually be learning an exploit. Hang on. You know what? This doesn't make any bloody sense, does it? Reward. It's kind of crazy if this even worked. I could totally see something where like the physics has changed it so that it actually can just like hover right at the goal or something like that. Whereas before it had inertia. It's probably some dumb exploit because there's no way that it solves the swarm task and not this task. It would have to be what it is. I would be able to see this if I could render much sooner, but like We're kind of doing the jank setup today. Not insta-solving for sure. Oh wait, now it can do that, can't it? I still have, like, I still have it messed up, don't I? We'll let this train for a bit and then I'll try the next thing, but this is not expected to work, actually. Not expected. So let me think how I have to do this. You do check ring. Oh, and this is also not right, is it? Hey, welcome. Yeah, this is totally screwed up. No wonder. I'm gonna get it to work. Exploit detection. I'm actually, there's a studio I'm talking to about doing that right now. No, they can't do it. Yes, it is feasible. It will just take some work. Yeah, honestly, the main bottleneck with all the stuff in Puffer is kind of silly. Like, the main bottleneck is just how personally fatiguing I find context switching constantly with all like the meetings and stuff. I'm definitely not at 100% here hacking on this. I think it's gonna generally be better if I just do like, I stream some on this, but I mostly just get all the business side stuff done as quickly as possible. Come back to just hacking on all the research. So far, I've had some good meetings. I have many more planned. So weird how this does this, right? See the reward. Give you distance penalty. Rather distance. About to head off to bed, but we should catch up. Thrones. A good trip. Thanks, Sam. I've been trying to fix the like joint randomized sim, but I've been having a bunch of issues. I will be around to catch up early next week, though. Mornings Pacific should be reasonable times. UK. How often do I stream? Well, it's a little bit off schedule while I'm in California, but normally like 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. See ya, Sam. Sam is one of the guys who's working on drones with us. What the heck did I do here? Oh, isn't this gonna do collisions? This is gonna do collisions, right? That's gonna be a mess. According to this, this is good on perf, but it's not good on anything else. So I have the reward specified wrong, I'm sure. It does train, which is funny. I think that this is like getting very good score. Really weird. Oh well, I guess it can go above. Can't it? It'll mess it up, won't it? Okay, so actually this does work if I just do it this way. Don't add this here. And will this be enough? No, this won't be enough, right? Do set target. Try this. It's like, it's pretty dang close. It's just there's some weird normalization going on where it's probably being incentivized to like not actually get to the goal, but like to get very close to the goal. Because it's getting very high performance in terms of the go to goal metric, but it's not actually passing through the rings. Probably what it is. I've seen this happen several times before. It's a very easy mistake to make. Take quite a while to debug if you don't know what to look for as well. Hopefully I do. We'll see. Time is it almost 4? Is that it? Cool messages. How'd we do? Not well at all. Okay, so this is perfect. This is horrible. So this is like almost certainly go to target and sit there, right? I'd love to be able to render this. I'm gonna do one more experiment, assuming that this is the case. If that doesn't fix it, then I'll just like put in the work to render it. We do here. Aren't the rings sequentially deactivated? Back with it's that like it switches so that when the drone gets to one ring, it targets the next ring, but the ring stays there. Eternal state mod. Yeah. That's mostly how it works. I might have to go here for another meeting, we'll see. Stuff gets set up last minute via DM. Okay, yeah, I gotta go, guys. I got a meeting to take. I'll be back tomorrow morning, though. Thank you for tuning in. We will get the drones fixed. I will also fix my local setup by then. So, start the repo helps the feed the puffer.